Hello everyone, welcome back to Please Be Happy. I am still sick. It is sad, but I am still sick. I know. It is a utter tragedy, but the sapphic visual novels must go on. We shan't let a little sickness get in the way of us enjoying a nice time with Juliet. Last time, what happened last time? Let's see. Last time, Aspen, kind of, partially, got a book deal, kind of, I say, as if she got one of the return, mails, letters, from one of the people she sent her book to get published. Didn't make it, sadly it didn't get published, but she's been working on revisions, she's optimistic about it. Juliet revealed to us that she, sadly might be going back to the underworld. Not a big fan of that, not a big fan of her leaving. What else? Oh yeah, we confessed that, we love Juliet. It's pretty cool. We told her that we loved her. And she also said she loved us as well. We're very happy. Big gay, big gay, big gay, uh-huh. Alright, and what else happened? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I have bad memory. We met up with the other Kumiho.
Oh,
We
yeah.
named Silver.
That's what happened.
Thanks. That was in fact that's what happened. Last time we left off, we apparently were talking to Aspen. Don't remember what about, because again, my memory is horrible. Jump into it and see what happened. That's the wrong save file, isn't it? I'll find out. I don't know. Let me just double check the save times. This is apparently the one. Hiya papaya possum. Hiya papaya. I am still sick. I am sad. Voice acting might be a bit not as up to par as I would want it to be, but that's fine. No. We need to. We need to get through the sapphics. We need to finish chapter 4. We need to get through it. We need to get through it. We need to get through it. Why did I save here and not at the end of the chapter? I'm confused. This is a weird place to save in the middle of a conversation. Is that really what I did? I guess so. Just, log. Okay, no, it is. The conversation just started, that's why. Okay, that's why. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Makes a lot more sense. A lot more sense. Okay. Hydrate? Okay, Thank you, hydrate. Thanks for the water. Hydrate, possum. I should probably get a cough drop as well. Real quick. Cough drop. Ow. Required. Thank you, VC Face, for stabbing my neck. We love it. We must prepare my throat for reading. Yes. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story. And about how much it has in common with mine. I only half listened to Aspen and Juliet talk about a book they're both been reading. Instead, it's nice to just watch them enjoy being around each other. It's so easy to miss that when you're not looking at it. Of course, you can still miss out on other things. It takes me a moment to realize that Aspen is trying to get my attention.
Miho. Miho.
Shaking my head, I bring my attention back. I can't read. Because I shook my head, IRL, and closed my eyes, like an idiot.
To Miho. Anyone home?
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking if something had happened to your bead. It looks brighter again.
It does. Wow, it does.
It does?
It does! Oh man, that'd be embarrassing if Aspen noticed the change before I did. I took my necklace away from me so I can see it. Sure enough, the glow is stronger than before. No, not as strong as Silver's though.
I swear it wasn't like that when I went to sleep.
B-face, thank you. Thank you. Love makes the world shine, it does, uh-huh.
Maybe it changed overnight. Like your body, perhaps it needs time to process. Actually, I believe I learned something useful in that regard.
Pray tell, Juliet, pray tell. What'd you learn?
I was able to get in touch with one of the curators from the exhibition you saw at Papa. I mentioned a painting of a Gumio and asked if he knew anything about them, and he told me a very interesting myth. It says that not only is a Gumio's bead the source of her magic, but it also requires more magic to sustain itself. Most Fable take their magic from the underworld's source, but for those who don't come from the underworld, such as Miho,
It has to come from somewhere else.
right.
We're all quiet for a moment, as we all come to what I'm sure is the same conclusion.
The memories.
Yes, I believe so. Every time someone forgets about you, I believe your bead retains that memory as a sort of power. There was a second part to the myth as well. Once it's accumulated enough, the Gumio can take that magic and make it her own, becoming something even more than a Gumio.
Something more? In what way?
A Chunho.
Both of them look at me.
Pardon?
Chunho. I know the word, but not how I know it. As if Juliet's exclamation unlocked a forgotten memory of its own.
That's what I'd be. If I swallow the bean when it was ready. Chunho.
Whoops, I cut that off. Sorry, Miho. I don't know what it means, but I know it's the next step in my existence. More than a Gumiho.
If you swallowed it. I suppose that makes sense, but it hardly sounds pleasant.
It isn't.
Moving my necklace, I inspect the bead once again. The glow must be related to what Juliet was saying. That it's getting closer to being ready. I don't know if the rest of me is, though.
But why now? I don't think that many people have forgotten me recently, but it started changing so fast.
It's magic. Even as a boring old human, I can tell you that magic never works how you think it should.
Not just magic, but also myth. Myths tend to have some roots in truth, but are incomplete or warped by retelling. Trust your eyes and your heart, not just what Aspen and I find.
Right. Besides, who knows how much farther it has to go? It could keep getting brighter and brighter for a long time.
Something tells you there's one chapter left of this. Of the power being stored. I don't know what would bring me to think of that conclusion, though. Not a clue.
I'll see if it looks any different this time next week.
I was about to mention Silver, but managed to catch myself. I wanted to ask Juliet about her, but not yet. Not until I know her better myself. Not until I can convince her to meet them. And it could take even longer for Silver to change than for my bead. Although, now that I think about it, what does the brightness of hers mean? That her bead has stored even more magic than mine? Something about that doesn't feel right. It can't just be about an amount. There has to be something more. Or what if even she knows what it is? There's one more big question, too. One more big what if?
If I do that, would it mean people stop forgetting about me? If my bead isn't there to steal the memories?
That would be very nice if so.
Indeed. I couldn't say, but I share Aspen's feelings, as I'm sure you do too.
Yeah.
I locked the necklace back around my neck. The more I learn about my powers, the more conflicted I feel. I know Aspen and Juliet mean well, but it's just not something they can understand. Even though Juliet has magic of her own, it's entirely different from mine. The conversation changes to recent events at the library and the Bauhaus, and none of us mention anything else about magic or Gumhill or for the rest of the morning. Whatever is going to happen with my bead, I have to figure it out for myself. Alright. One option only, because I didn't do the Kim thing. I didn't go back to chapter 2 to do Kim things. Oh well, that's fine. Even though I'm preoccupied with thinking about magic, the morning goes by without any trouble. The library isn't very busy, so I finish my tasks quickly and then work on reading and writing. When I hear the door open, I don't look up, just call out a greeting because I'm halfway through my worksheet. But then something floats from the edge of my vision to get my attention.
Gerby?
Gerby? The familiar fable twirls of recognition. Of course, Tommy's with him on the other side of the desk. I don't see Gwen or Elijah.
Hi, me!
Hi.
Hey there. What's up?
I'm looking for a super special bug. Do you want to help me find it?
Here in the library? I haven't seen any weird bugs.
Nah, it's not in here. It's in the woods. It's a special butterfly where if you touch it, you turn into a butterfly too.
Tommy flaps his arms, imagining what it would be like to have wings.
I kinda like how I am already. Where's your mom at, though?
Where'd be Gwen? He frowns.
She's at her house. I told her I was gonna go, but I don't think she heard me.
Knowing Gwen, once she realizes Tommy's missing, she'll go on a panic looking for him. I thought I could just make him go home, though. Guess that means I have to keep an eye on him.
Alright, I'll go with you. But I'm not gonna touch it if we find it.
Okay, yay! Did you hear that, Kirby? Me's gonna come with us.
Yes. Auntie Me's gonna come and hang out with you. Tommy, don't worry. Auntie Me is gonna come hang and look for Bug with you. He flaps his petals just like Tommy flaps his arms. I put on my things and then follow Tommy out the door. Before I go, I send a quick message to Gwen to tell her that Tommy's with me. I eventually reach Mount Victoria. It takes a lot longer walking with Tommy than it would take me on my own. Mainly because I have to walk at the pace of a child and not a fox. Stupid short-ass children legs. Disgusting. Gotta waddle everywhere.
So, how do we find this thing?
We just have to look for it. It's got bright purple wings like Gerby, so it should be easy to spot.
Stupid children legs. Gonna walk all slow and shit. I let him lead me around the area, while he checks all the flowers and plants that he can. We see all sorts of other bugs, but not the one we're looking for. I keep half an eye out for the butterfly, but also watch to make sure Tommy doesn't touch something poisonous or bitey by accident. I mean venomous. While we're wandering around, I notice the area we're in is kind of familiar. That gives me an idea.
Hey, Tommy. Wanna see something neat?
Is it a bug?
No!
Nope.
Okay, I guess.
It's just a short walk from to my den. The condition isn't great, and I have to tidy up a bit just so it's recognizable.
What is this?
It's my den. It's where I lived when I first came here.
Pie up, Olivia! You're just in time to look for butterflies with Tommy and Gerby and Auntie Mimi. Auntie Me!
Whoa.
Both Tommy and Gerby inspect my handiwork.
It used to be a lot nicer. Now it's kind of beat up.
I'm so sick though, we'll just say it.
I bet I could still fit in there.
Yeah, probably.
He just shook it. I am sick. I am sick. I am sick nasty. He pokes around the entrance for a little bit, cleaning away some of the leaves and other stuff that's blocking it.
Do you like your new home more?
At the library?
Child.
Oh,
Child,
yeah.
please. Child. Not the time to trauma dump. Ah. I was hoping what the fuck that word was. I never read the word sinuses before in my life. What the fuck I was like, what the fuck are sin uses? The fuck is a sin use? A sinus. I can't read English. As you can tell by the fact that I can't read visual novels, although I read like 1,000 words minimum every time I play Studio Alon games. It's great. I can't fucking read though. It's hilarious. Ah yes. Sin uses. Sin use. Use thy sin. Ah yes, sin uses.
My old house was better, where I lived with Mom and Dad. Dad still lives there, but now Mom has a different place where she lives. I have to go there sometimes.
Ah yes. Child custody, and all the jazz. Like, what's the word? Alimony. Gotta pay some alimony and shit.
You don't like it?
Yes. Trauma dumping on your auntie.
I don't want to have two homes. I just want one with all of us. Me, Mom, Dad, and Gerby. Come on, I don't see any butterflies here.
We start walking again, but I don't let us get too far away from the main path. Tommy and Gerby are still looking around for the butterfly, but I can tell Tommy's heart isn't in it quite as much. I don't have any experience with any of the issues Tommy's dealing with, or the rest of his family, but I feel like I should at least say something.
You know, I'm kind of jealous.
Why?
The two homes?
Because your parents let you have two homes. I spent a long time not even having one home. I don't really count places like my den. That was just a place to stay. Until I moved into the library, I didn't have somewhere better. But you get to have two!
Give me a second, I'm trying to do things. I'm doing a thingamabobs. Where is it? Where are you? Where's the button? There's the button. Your mom lets you have 2 hot dogs? Your mom lets you have 2 wieners? Damn, bro. You got 2 homes? Bruh. Crazy. Damn. I'm a dork. Your mom lets you have 2 wieners? Damn, that's crazy.
What about your parents?
I don't have any. Not the same way you do.
If I did, they're dead now. Like, really dead. Like, hella dead. My parents were just foxes, and I barely remember them or even think about them that much.
Even if they don't live in the same place, they both still love you lots, right?
I guess.
What do you mean you guess? What do you mean you guess? Bruh. Bruh. I'm not sure if anything I'm saying is helpful. I don't even know how to help Tommy. But I am being honest. At least in what he has for family still seems pretty good. Even if it's not perfect. In the end, we didn't end up finding the magical butterfly. While we're still out looking around, my phone rings. Of course, it's Gwen. I tell her where we are, and she promises to come here soon. When we finally meet up with her, she doesn't even scold Tommy for running off, just gives him a hug and thanks me. As we go off back to her house, I reflect on what I said. Being a human is tougher than I used to think it was. What Tommy and his family are going through isn't something I can relate to. But I get the feeling that Tommy is trying in his own way, just like Gwen and Elijah are. Whatever it takes. I hope they're able to figure things out together. Figure out things together. I could just continued, but no. Hello, phone. Fuck you. I don't need to know about the weather right now. Idly, I reach out and remove my necklace, letting it dangle from my palm. The bead stands out from the rest. The other regular ones on the chain. And it's still glowing ever so slightly. It's a part of me. Nothing separate. It came to me. It came from within me, and while I've ever questioned that, never thought about what it might mean, it has to mean something. Would I even exist without it? Probably not like I am now. I would have died as a regular fox many years ago. Running my fingers around the bead, I can feel my heartbeat. It pulses and the bead, too. I close my eyes and try to clear my thoughts of everything except the feeling of a tiny orb in my hand. I focus on it, letting myself feel it, the same way I'd feel a pillow against my head, or grass beneath my feet. Slowly, pictures come to mind, visions of the sky and the sea. In the forest, the visions of people passing by, although their faces are just a blur. No, not visions. Memories. My memories. Experiences live on in this bead, somehow. The same way they live in my heart and mind. It's been changed and strengthened as a result of what I've been through. The same as any muscle. Magic courses through me as basic as my breath and blood. But I know then and there that I can't get rid of it. Even if there's a way, I don't want it. Like any other part of my body, I have to learn to live with it and nurture it. I don't want to be forgotten. I don't want to keep losing this part of myself either. I can feel it. It's needy. Neither of us are ready yet. There's still a craving that I can't identify. What is it that I'm missing? What do I still need to give in? What do I still need to give it? There are other things too that make it even more confusing, like how Cello can remember me. Was it something special about her? Or something changed about me? Time and time again these past few months I found that answers I've known are all along rest inside me. It might be. Surprise, Shello was a Gumiho. That'd be crazy if she was, but I doubt that. Anyways. Feelings that I thought the feelings I thought I was incapable of. I can't read. Feelings that I thought I was incapable of come naturally. Why would this be any different? It's a puzzle, but puzzles have solutions.
Allow me to be the first to say, hiya, Papaya.
Hiya, Papaya, back at ya.
Hiya, Wild Wolves. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the follow. I almost said the wrong word. Thank you for the follow, Wild Wolves. Hi, Papaya. Hiya, Papaya. And I can feel that something about myself is going to change soon. How and when, I don't know. It's just an instinct. Same as so many other things. I'm curling my fingers and the pulsing of my heart gets less noticeable. I open my eyes to see my bead looking just the same. I'd been half hoping that it would be different already, but it's not that easy. Put my necklace back on and climb into bed, burying myself beneath my blankets. Even under the covers in the dark, the light of my bead shines through faintly like a nightlight. Great. Ah, you're back. Just a couple days ago, some of the first patrons to arrive at the library on Friday morning are Cello and her friends. This time it's Pippo who holds the door, for the others, who enter with their arms full of books.
Hey, you guys.
Sure. Sure they do. Sure. Let's go with that. Let's go with that, boss. Let's go with that.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
They stopped by for a bit yesterday as well, so all three of them still remember me. All three of them come to my desk, where Cello and Armand carefully set down the stacks they're carrying. Juliet, who hasn't gone to bed yet, emerges from the shelves, where she was putting away some books, and approaches us as well. Why am I official?
Miss Juliet, we brought back all the stuff that we borrowed.
That's good to hear.
Thank you. I can see you took great care of them. Were
Glad
you
to see you
able
didn't
to complete your
break
project?
anything. I didn't see you break any of the very precious family heirlooms we'll have.
We did. Pippa and I took lots of notes, and Armand stayed up all night writing a script.
Nice, nice, nice.
We
Teamwork made
decided
the
to
dream
put
work.
together a play about the history of Wellington, using the library as the main location. Armand and I will be the actors, and Pippa's going to make the decorations.
I said we should do an art project, but Armand didn't want to.
You just didn't want to have to read.
The two of them glare at each other, and Chella rolls her eyes at both of them. I feel a bit bad for her, even though I know they're all friends when it counts.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad you were able to find something interesting.
Yeah, there was so much to read, I almost forgot to sleep. I wish we could stay longer.
Armand, you need to sleep. Sleep is important. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Joker. Go to sleep.
If we ever come back, could we borrow some more books?
Go to sleep, Joker.
Of course. Books are for reading, after all.
Armand flaps his wings in excitement, like he's already planning a return trip.
I miss my own bed. I'm glad we're going home soon. No offense.
I miss home as well, but I'll miss it here too.
You'll just have to come visit again sometime, like Armand said.
I'd like that very much. I'm a little nervous about participating in a play, but maybe it won't be so bad.
Well, acting's easy. You've just gotta have fun with it.
You just gotta have fun, and then you got out there. That's all you gotta do. That's all you just have fun, and then you're acting. Have some fun, and you're good. And you're Gucci. I think it's Gucci if you have fun.
Right.
Yee.
Have you done much acting before, Armand?
Just a little bit. I like watching people perform in plays, though. But this is my first time writing one.
Oh,
I
fun.
enjoy it as well. I've had the good fortune to know several playwrights myself, and now I know one more.
Yee. Yee. Armand blushes at the praise. Look at the blush. Ah, I forgot the gush counter. There we go. I keep forgetting to freaking bring the gush counter. I keep forgetting to bring the gush counter back up every time I do this. Because I'm so like, oh yeah, it's just everything's ready. Just don't need to do anything. Everything's set up already. Just just press the start stream and I'm fine. Nothing else needs to be set up. It's like always set things up like either a few hours earlier, like the morning of, or the day after, the day before. Not the day after. That'd be weird and confusing. I've never seen a play myself, but I basically know what they are. It's like watching TV in real life. As if we're not part of a play already. Miho, you're part of a play. You're a tree. You're gonna be a tree. In the play, in the park. Did you regret about that?
If our teacher records it, maybe we can send it to you and Miss Miho to watch.
Yee. I would like to watch it.
I'm not so sure about that idea.
No. Do it. I want to watch.
Aw, why not? You're gonna do great. We can rehearse on the way home to get some extra practice.
How are you going to rehearse when you're sitting on an airship? You won't have a stage or any props.
We could still go over the lines.
Okay,
Line reading is
okay.
important.
Let's figure that part out later.
Cutting off the argument before it happens, Cello faces Juliet and me, again.
Unfortunately, we do have to leave because our class is going to the Skyport soon. But before we go, I had another question for you, Ms. Miho.
Yes?
Sure. What is it?
Well... would it be okay if I wrote you a letter sometime?
Oh, of course.
A letter? About what?
Just about life in Amarina. And you can tell me about life here. I thought maybe we could be pen pals. If you don't want to, though, that's alright.
Oh, I'd like to. I've never had a pen pal before.
I'm not even sure what it is. What's a pen pal?
Neither have I. But I want to hear more about Wellington and how it's still changing today.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
That sounds like fun. Let's do it.
Yes, I gotta turn my hair up. Look down my face. Oop. Oop. Eek. That's your tiny elastic. My inability to do proper hair. Almost. There we go. There we go.
Thank you. I already can't wait.
Oh, maybe you could get extra credit too.
That's not how it works.
We'd better not need it after we do this play.
We won't.
Slowly, the five of us moved back outside to the front of the library, with Armand and Juliet chatting about the books he read. Soon it's time for the rest of them to leave.
Thanks again, Miss Miho and Miss Juliet, for showing us the library and letting us borrow stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
It was our pleasure, I'm sure. Right, Miho?
Yeah. I hope you guys get a good grade.
Me too.
It's sad to think that Pippa and Armand will have forgotten me by the time they get back home. I'm glad that they had a good time though, and it was nice to be able to help them out. Even if it was mostly Juliet who helped them.
I appreciate it too. I'll be sure to tell you all about how it goes when I send you that letter.
Sounds good. Bye, you guys.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All three of them wave as they wake their way down the hill, and Juliet and I wait back as long as we can. Until our arms get tired. Once they're out of sight, we go back inside.
I wonder if Cello will be able to remember me long enough to write a letter.
I hope so. It was nice of you to agree to be her pen pal.
She reminded me a lot of myself. She's new to Amarina too, and still getting used to living there.
In that case, I'm sure she'll appreciate having you to give her advice.
Yee.
I don't know if I can be very helpful there.
Sometimes, when it comes to young people, just having someone to listen and be interested can be enough.
I can do that at least.
I know you can. You're always capable of more than you think.
I hope you're right.
After gathering all the books the kids brought back, Juliet and I kissed each other. Ooh, cute. Each other good night. And she goes upstairs while I get ready for my normal day of the library. At some point, I hear the sound of an airship passing overhead. I wonder if that was Cello and the others on board. Whether or not I do get a letter from her, I'm glad they all had a good time. Hope Cello can start to feel a little more at home in Anna Moreno soon. One of the most valuable lessons that I've learned from living at the library is that it's important to feel like you belong somewhere. This was a gush earlier from the Kiss Goodnight. Very cute. We love it. Lovable. We love that. Let's concede the gush counter. Alright. Let's see. Where do I feel like going today? We were already at Victoria Mountain earlier. Why don't we go to the Oriental Bay? again. The weather's nice, so I decided to take a walk on the beach. My shoes are annoyingly ill-suited for the sand, so I end up carrying them and walking barefoot. But the soft sand feels good and natural, in a way that wearing shoes never quite does. A breeze blows in from the bay, salty and fresh. It smells so good. The sun is so nice and mild. This is so nice. Why don't I do this more often? A giant wave crashes and leaves me wet with ice cold water from the knees down. Alright. That's enough beach for today. Yeah. Cold, salty beach water. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I hear the distant sound of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh. After all, no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on my minds, on our minds, if she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's one in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them, have totally gone to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside, it's shaping to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in the gentle breeze beyond the window. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina really wants me to take it, of course, but...
It's the new Bell House.
But there are good and bad parts of both.
Exactly. I feel like... I'm not sure who to compare it to.
No need to compare. I understand what you mean.
For a little while longer, stay where I am, unseen. Not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them. I just want to let them talk. Maybe I'll do it just that. Hearing Aspen express some of her worries and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives around just to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Still, I should give them a chance to spend more time, I should give them a chance to spend some time with each other. Not because I feel unwelcome, but because that hasn't really happened since I arrived. Eventually, there's a moment of silence followed by a mount, instead of a cup being sent to the table. I choose this time to make my entrance.
Ah, there you are.
Good morning, Miho.
Good morning!
Morning. Good morning, Aspen. I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and then an apple. but I don't sit down.
Sleep well.
Sure did. Now that I'm up, though, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
This early? Well, it was quite nice on my way up here.
Yeah, I used to go for morning walks all the time, but it's been a while.
You couldn't have picked a better day, it seems. Enjoy yourself then, Miho.
I will. See you when I'm back.
Bye-bye. For good measures, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in a paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with another apple and some packs of jam. Oh my god, I can't fucking read. I wave goodbye before I leave, and then I head back to my room to get dressed before I step outside towards the road. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. My days of aimless wandering really have decreased. I actually have places to go now and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. I wonder if Zhong-in chose where to go in their travels. What first brought them to my forest all those years ago? Was it on a whim? Or was there something in particular they were first searching for? There was. I hope they found it. Would have loved to ask. Would have loved to tell them all about Aspen and Juliet. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. Our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and start a familiar climb. But before I go to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple of days since I last came here and saw Silver. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck. But then again, so is trying to visit her at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'd still probably appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction as I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will be. My eyes and ears peeled, I watched for a giant glint of silver. Watch for a glint of silver fur, or the sound of snapping branches. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Wait a second, there's something happening. There's something. Yeah. What's happening? Where am I? Camera, where? Okay, where am I? There I am. Once again, she's in her human form, rather than fox. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of a patch of grass. Attention focused on something I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there.
Be careful.
I hope. It's still a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog.
What What is it?
I approached delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally, I read behind her and looked down to find my answer. A bird about the size of my hand lies on its side in the grass. It's alive, but clearly injured.
What happened to it? This one was blown from its perch in the tree. For whatever reason, it was too weak to fly. Now, its leg is broken. It won't be long until it dies.
That rhymed. What a nice rhyme that was. Very nice, very light, very nice and light, upbeat poem. Looking down, I see that Silver is right about his injury. It's struggling to flap its wings, but I can't even push. It can't even push itself into a standing position.
Poor thing.
I'm just gonna go blow my nose. No one wants to hear that. I'll be back in a hot second. Hello, I'm back. Poor thing. I kneel down beside Silver.
You were trying to help it, right?
She scoffs.
It is beyond help. Such is nature's way. I simply thought to put it out of its misery. You didn't, though.
Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pocket and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it towards Silver.
Here, I brought you this.
She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to accept it.
What is this? Poison?
It's food.
It's an apple. And some toast. It's not poisoned. I ate some myself. Ooh, and this.
I have to dig all the way down to the bottom to find a little pack of yam.
Grape jelly.
Grape jelly! Grape jelly! Silver stares incredulously, like I'm trying to give her, poison or something. It's grape jelly. I set the food down by her knees and turn my attention back to the bird.
Let's get you some help, Birdie.
I cut my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver.
What are you doing?
Her voice is sharp, like a knife.
I'm going to take this guy back home.
I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it out here to die.
Why? It's weak. Even were it to survive today, It's only a matter of time before something else claims its life.
Oh well.
So what? I'm sure that time still matters to it.
Both of us can relate, right?
As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop up the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get very far, there's a noise from behind me. I look back to see Silver following me, an empty paper towel dangling from her hand. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Love when I done. What did you do? Huh? What's happening? Hi, Bruno. What you doing? Welcome. Is Ming doing what I think she's doing? Ah! No, we don't get notifs. Hi, Bruno. Hi, Papaya. Welcome, welcome, welcome. More Sapphic Sunday. Welcome back to Sapphic Sunday, where I read, and I'm still sick. I spend about probably 6 hours reading. Because that's what I do. Maybe like 5 hours. I don't fucking know. We'll see how long this chapter's gonna take. When I step from the woods back into the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right as if a car might come barreling down the road. Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going like she was planning to do this anyway. When we reach the base of the mountain of Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention.
It's this way.
She stomps after me, annoyed that Wellington, for its geography, is something. Or something, or whatever. You're not here? Sure you're not. You're not here, Bruno. Sure you're not.
Yeah. Also, Julie, you who's with, so I'm here like.
I love it, the thing just froze. Lol. Oh well. Wait for it to disappear. Oh well. Oh well. She's out after me, annoyed at Wellington for his geography or something. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stand out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They also must be hot as hell. If either of those things bother her, she doesn't let herself show it. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. It seems to have calmed down a little, but it's probably more from exhaustion than anything else. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure if she's coming or not. I don't ask. She'll do what she wants to either way. After a moment, she walks up to the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push open the door with my shoulder, Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head from the dining room.
Ah, Miho, we were just...
Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes go wide as a saucer of wide ass saucers as she notices my company. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around in curiosity. Although she stops when she notices me watching, I jerk my head towards the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there, waiting, trying to appear casual, but by the way they're both silently staring at the entrance, I'm sure it's just an act. Just act casual, Juliet. Act casual. Just act casual.
This is Silver.
She gnaws at the ground and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. It feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I wouldn't have expected her pride to allow.
It's quite nice to meet you, Silver.
Charmed.
None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about.
We came back here because we need some help. Or at least this guy does.
I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hands for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see.
What's this?
The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many new people are suddenly staring at it.
Ah! His leg! I'll be right back.
Peering at the little bird, it didn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs for the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches at the side to get out of the way, all the same. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it to make a small square, and then sets that one on the table.
Here, why don't you put him down on this? I read that it's best to put him in a box or somewhere enclosed, but this will do for now.
I gently lower the bird into the makeshift cushion. Its eyes still dart around, but it doesn't struggle as much. I sigh with relief at being able to unfold my hands, shaking them, stretching them, just picking them out before washing them several times. Juliet returns soon with her phone in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes into the sides of the box and puts it aside.
Miho, will you help me move him?
She takes 2 corners of the rag and grabs the other, and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box and then set it down inside.
Do you think it'll be okay?
I keep my voice as a whisper, even though the bird can't understand our words. I still don't want it to hear.
I hope so. If not for you, it certainly wouldn't have a chance. I've contacted someone who will be able to provide better assistance than we can. She should be here shortly.
Is it a vet?
No, a contact at the nature preserve. She's rescued quite a few unfortunate creatures like our friend here.
I've never heard of a nature preserve before. What's that?
It's a conservation area on the north side of town. They have a bunch of protected land where they rehabilitate injured animals or ones that can't survive in the wild. I used to go there on class trips sometimes. One time we had a sleepover there, and I saw a kiwi.
A kiwi. She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory. Kiwis.
Whoa. I didn't know a place like that existed.
It's far from the only one. There are dozens more in New Zealand alone, of all different sizes.
Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He's probably never been going to see his home or Mount Victoria again. And he doesn't even get a say in it. But where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet said, he probably wouldn't have even survived if he'd been left on his own. If not for me, Or for...
Silver?
Silver? I now realize that she's gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice her leave.
She's like that.
I went into the hallway, looking up the stairs and around the rooms for her. The front door is open, but only a crack. Things keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the floor, jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple, wrapped in a breadcrumb over a paper towel. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. In the dining room, Aspen and Juliet are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks as awake, as alert as I've ever seen her. I sit down too, waiting for the question that I know is coming. It doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds.
So, who exactly was that? Obviously, she was a Gumiho, but...
I take a deep breath and try to think of where to begin.
It's a long story.
You know that's my favorite kind.
Nodding, I finally settle on where to start.
She used to be a fox, just like me.
Telling Aspen and Juliet about Silver and answering all their questions takes a long time. I tell them just about everything starting from back when we first met, right after I went to the museum. I left to the part where Silver's history, though. Instead, I talk about the time I've spent with her, myself, and the things I've learned from her. Eventually, Aspen goes home and Juliet goes to bed, and I spend the rest of my day watching TV and thinking about. I close my eyes at some point, just intending to take a quick nap, but when I open them, I see that I've slept until nightfall once again. I don't mind too much, at least Juliet will be up by now. As I make my way towards Juliet's room, I notice the sound of conversation coming from inside her office. Freezing, with my hand almost on the handle, I listen.
You were right all along.
I know all too well.
It's the sound of a chair. It's the sound of a chair scraping across the wooden floor.
You always did have to learn things the hard way.
A few moments later, I hear the sound of flapping leathery wings from beyond the door, and of papers being scattered. The flapping sound quickly grows distant, and then disappears entirely. I let out a silent breath as I hear Juliet's footsteps and papers being picked up, and then Juliet sitting down in her chair once more.
You can come in now, Miho.
I really have lost my touch when it comes to sneaking. I open the door, and as invited, see Juliet studying, looking the same as ever. The open window and blowing curtains are the only indicator of her guest that's just left. I lower myself into the empty chair as Juliet strikes a match, relaying the lamp that had blown out.
How much did you hear?
Just the very end. I was coming to see you. I didn't know you already had company. Sorry for listening in.
It's all right. I don't feel the need to keep anything secret from you. The only reason I haven't introduced you to Ezekiel is for his sake. He isn't fond of meeting people.
It's okay. I know how that feels. What did you mean, though? About him being right?
Juliet laughs and closing her eyes.
Where to begin?
She stands up, closes the window, peering out into the night for a moment before she sits back down.
I told you that Ezekiel was the one who helped me gain my footing in the human world, yes? Well, there's a bit more to it than that. He was the one who turned me into a vampire in the first place. I have a story not too dissimilar from your own with Zhong Ying, though it began in a very different way.
I just in my seat, so I'm next to Juliet. I lean forward and take her hand. Leaning against her, she idly runs her thumb across mine as she stares into the flickering candle, recalling days long past.
I was a human once, of course. Long, long ago. In those times, we didn't know about the underworld, or anything that lay beyond the edges of our sky. Few denizens of the underworld traveled to the overworld back then. Those who did were feared and reviled, but also disbelieved in. Truth turned to hearsay, hearsay turned to legend, and legend turned to fable. Stories told to impart some moral or lesson, not to be believed. That's where today's term fabled was first born. As a human, my life was painful and dull, and cursed by circumstance. I lived, believing and hoping for a better tomorrow that never came. There came a time when I had enough. Enough of agony, of poverty, disappointment. I took myself to the dry edge of the world, beyond which lay nothing but the unknown. And I threw myself off.
I gasp, unable to stop myself. Even though I know she turns out okay.
As I fell, I had plenty of time to contemplate the stupidity of my decision, and to dread the fate that was rushing to meet me. How solvable all my problems seemed as I fell away from them. What should have been the end was only more pain. Somehow I survived, but just barely. Broken. As I opened my eyes for what should have been the last time, I saw trees and a purple sky that I thought must be heaven. Then, a figure appeared, and I was certain that I was in hell. Ezekiel offered me a choice. Breathe my last, or accept his gift and live on. From there, the world I had plummeted from, the world that contained all my pain and sorrow, was a minuscule dot, nearly imperceptible above me. That we are having this conversation is proof of what choice I made. In time, my body healed, though not fully.
Juliet taps her cane against the ground to demonstrate.
I had gifts and powers beyond my wildest dreams. I felt I had cheated both life and death. And yet, decades passed. Even the novelty of those gifts eventually wore off. There was a secret, though. A truth I had yet to learn. In the underworld, magic flows freely like air, imbuing those connected to it with power that lasts for generations. Yet being that close to so much magic at all times takes a slow toll even on the bodies of the fabled. We age down there, like humans, but at a much slower rate. But for those who live their entire lives in the underworld, no matter how long they may be, there eventually comes an end. Immortality was a lie. Not so in the world above, though. So distant from magic and its source, those effects aren't felt, and so immortality was truly attainable. Decades later, when it came time for war, I remained disinterested and unconcerned by its effects. When it came time for peace, I was equally indifferent. For a time, Ezekiel himself had tired of the hedonistic lives our kind led, and departed for the overworld nearly as soon as the dust had settled, determined to maintain a quiet and hermetic existence. He returned to the underworld occasionally, with stories of how things had changed and were changing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I agreed to return to the overworld, just to see. We rode and lived upwards together, a journey that took days back then. And he told me of the island where he had settled down and found peace. He gave me only one piece of advice, which I brushed off as obvious and unnecessary: to not concern myself with the lives and affairs of mortals. We arrived near what would someday become Wellington, and soon went our separate ways again. I had intended to only make a short visit, to sate my curiosity. To my surprise, I discovered a world that had moved past much of the violence and suffering that I so hated, and a world that had come to welcome the fabled. I extended my short visit over and over, finding myself unable to leave. Gradually, Ezekiel's advice all but faded from my mind.
Finally, Juliet trails off. I sat with rapt attention the entire time she spoke. I only relaxed my muscles when I noticed how stiffly I had been sitting. Juliet doesn't have to finish her story. I can see. Juliet doesn't need to finish the story, because I can see the last line for her.
Until you met Cosette.
Slowly, she nods. We both sat there quietly, our hands locked together, as we contemplate what she just shared. It's hard for me to picture Juliet as anything other than how she is today. Warm, patient, kind. I can't imagine her as someone who would have once been feared and reviled. Yet, I understand the pain. If only to a tiny extent. I understand what some of those years must have felt like. For all my time alive, I've changed the most in the past few months, by far. But for Juliet, her life had been nothing but change, both the world she came from and the world she exists in now. I also can't help but think of what she said regarding immortality.
So, the fact that you're thinking about going back to the underworld, a place where you get older, does that mean that you want to...
That brings her other hand on top, up to enclose mine, pressing tightly.
Not for a long, long time. But I can't deny that around every corner, behind every door, looks a painful memory of days gone by. I had never loved anyone before Cosette, Not in so deeply a way as to use that word. But there were still friends whose company I enjoyed, and time that was spent laughing and smiling. They're all gone now, but I'm not. I see their ghost everywhere. But those memories are all that I have left. I'm afraid to forget, just as I'm afraid to remember.
Sorry about that. The flames dance on the candle wick, throwing a crazy shadow onto the wall. It'll burn itself out again soon. I know I should say something, but I feel paralyzed. Everything I could say feels inadequate. In fact, in the face of everything she told me, do you even have the right to want her to stay? If going back to Underworld is the only way for her to escape the pain, then shouldn't I want her to go? My brain tells me yes, but my heart tells me no. My heart tells me I want her to find a different way. Is that wrong of me?
Mia?
The sound of her voice breaks my reverie. As she removes her hands from mine, I can see a sparkle of uncertainty in her eyes.
I have something very selfish to ask of you.
What is it?
If I do go, would you come with me?
What?
Juliet speaks quickly, like she's embarrassed or nervous.
As a fabled, you would be safe in the underworld, unlike a human. But because your magic doesn't come from the same source, you would still be immune to time's flow. I still can't decide. I feel terrible asking you this, and yet I know I would feel more terrible not to. Don't answer me now. Please, take time to think about it.
All I can manage is to nod dumbly. At least her second request is an easy one. Think about it is all I'll be able to do.
Thank you.
Juliet. Why? Juliet, why? Why? We'll be leaving around behind so much. Why? Right now, though, I want to do everything but think. Standing up, I reach for Juliet and pull her into a hug and a wordless kiss. And when we finally do pull apart, I lay my forehead against her, and she rests herself against me.
I love you.
That's all I can think of to say.
I love you too. Thank you.
2 weeks later. That's not the window I want. I want this one. This one. Second, let's double check. Things are going fine. Mic is still going. Am I still stream is still going? Okay, we're good. A couple weeks go by in relative normalcy. I wake up, go to work, spend some more time I can with Juliet. Aspen comes by occasionally, but for the most part is busy by herself. Neither Juliet nor I talk about what that evening in her study or her invitation. You don't have to. It's That's the only thing on my mind when I walk down Cuba Street or climb up Mount Victoria. I have to ask myself if I'm ready to leave it all behind. I want to be with Juliet. That part's easy to decide. Even if we've only been lovers for a few weeks, I spent enough time with her to know that I want to stay with her. I know I can't promise her forever, but right now there's something I want more. Still, there's a lot I love I have to give up. Aspen, my other friends, as well as the first home I've ever had. The memories may be painful for Juliet, but for me they're almost nothing but good. I've always thought I was the kind of person who could move at a drop of a hat, without worrying about leaving anything behind. Now, I realize that's because I never had anything to lose before. And away from Juliet's trusty lamp flickers as we sit quietly in the dark. There's the occasional noise of her pen scratching of Juliet typing something on the computer, but it's otherwise silent. I sit with a book open on my lap. It's simple enough for me to read, but I've been on the same page for ages. Pictures of the other world. Both photos and drawings take up most of the space. Captions go along with them, describing what kind of places are, what some of the places are. An enchanted forest, a town where it never stops raining, a castle that can walk like a person. They all sound and look interesting, but I can't really make myself feel excited about the idea of seeing them. Not the way things are now. I need to do a quick dehydration. Be back in a hot second. Ooh. We're back for more sapphic angst. We love sapphic angst. Alright, we're back. Let's go. The sound of Juliet closing her laptop catches my attention, and I look over to see her rubbing her eyes.
Done already?
For now. I have only this one request to work on, so I can take my time with it.
You look like you could use a nap.
Do I? I think I'm alright. The night's still young, after all. Perhaps a spot of tea would be nice, though.
Yes, tea. Tea is always nice. Juliet reaches for a teapot, but frowns when she picks it up.
Ugh, I'm out. I have to fetch some more from downstairs.
Fun.
I can get it for you. I could use a snack anyway.
That would be nice. Thank you, Miho.
Sure.
Really, it's an excuse for me to put the book away. Hop up and go downstairs, leaving Juliet in her study. For the time that's passed since we talked about going to the underworld together, I don't feel any but closer to deciding what I want to do. My relationship with Juliet only makes me more confused. Sometimes things between us don't feel much different than before we started dating. That has its ups and downs to me. Like that, I don't feel pressured to act differently. But I also like all the new things, like kissing her and holding her hand. Juliet seems to enjoy those things too, but I wish I wasn't the one starting them all the time. Neither of us are the type of person to be really lovey-dovey, like I've seen on TV. And that's fine. I know she means when she says she loves me, and that's enough. Besides, both of us are still new to these things. And I'd rather it be that way than feel like I need to catch up to her somehow. In the kitchen, I start boiling a pot of water while I make myself a sandwich. She keeps tea leaves in the kitchen and in her office, so the only thing she needs me to bring is the water. I munch on my snack while I wait until steam starts to rise and the kettle whistles. Aspen got an electric kettle for Juliet. It's much faster. I know Juliet prefers her tea with a regular old pot. Once it's ready, I grab the kettle and carefully take it upstairs with me.
Hear you.
Oh my god. With her pen still in her hand, Juliet is slouched across her open book on her desk, fast asleep. As quietly as I can, I set the teapot down somewhere safe and tiptoe towards her. I was only downstairs for a few minutes, so she must have fallen asleep right after I left. I'm used to her going to bed right after we spend time together, but it's still early in her usual waking hours. Lately, though, I've been hearing the sound of her being awake at all sorts of different times. Whether we're hanging out or not, I guess it just must have catching up to her. After moving the lamp a bit further away, just to be safe, I grab a blanket from nearby and drape it across Juliet's shoulders. She doesn't really react, but I can see it rise and fall with her steady breathing. There's something that feels odd about seeing Juliet asleep, and it just takes me a moment to realize what it is. I'm not used to seeing her look so relaxed. With her eyes closed and sloppy posture. She doesn't look guarded or elegant or any of the other words that I would usually describe her. Instead, she just looks like anyone else when they're asleep. Somehow, it's nice to see. I wish she would be this open when she's awake sometimes too. I gently take the pen from her hand and set it aside. I do my best to keep the blanket from sliding off her. Then I lean forward and blow the candle out. Good night. I whisper into the darkness before tiptoeing out of the room. For the last of my time before bed by myself. I'm warm. It's the first thought that comes to my head as I wake up. Not just the normal warmth that my bed covers, but there's something else. Something different. I groggily open my eyes and look around, but nothing appears any different. When I roll over onto my side, my necklace bumps against my chest. That's when I realize the source. My bead is what's causing it. Not only has its glowing gotten brighter, but when I simply hold my hand near it, I can feel the heat emanating. I'm almost afraid to touch it, but when I finally do, it feels as cold as ever in my fingers. There's something else that's different about it, though. A crack runs across it, so thin that I have to rub my eyes several times just to be able to see it. I could almost mistake it for a hair or something, except I can feel that it's not. When I put my fingertip over the thin fracture, my skin tingles almost like a static shock. I can tell, either by instinct or touch, that the crack isn't surface level, or caused with some damage. Instead, it comes from within, from something trying to get out. My heart starts to race, obliterating any lingering sleepiness. Still isn't ready, but it's getting closer. Soon, it'll be time. Shonho. Sky Fox. My instincts tell me that's my destiny, even if I don't know what it entails. I have mixed feelings about that, but mostly... How do I feel about it? How do I feel? It's intimidating, but it's also kind of exciting. It feels like anything could happen, and the promise of change is enough to make me want to see what comes next. The predictability of my daily life is comfortable and reassuring, but sometimes I can't help but miss the open possibilities that used to define it. Those days were harder, for sure, but it was the struggling that made me appreciate the good times when they happened. Now I still appreciate everything and everyone that I have, but I wouldn't mind a bit of more excitement.
It's too early for all this.
What? Oh, that's a bit of a sprite error, I see. That's that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. That's really funny actually. Just a casual sprite error of the bead existing in the wrong instance. I was like, why is there a hole in Mio's chest? Is that her hair? No, that doesn't make sense. It's overlapping her clothes. Wait a minute. Look closer. That pattern. It's her freaking turtleneck. Versus it's her like undershirt. Not that there would be a better time later. Still, I know that if I let myself think about these things too long, I'll just start spiraling. Instead, I make myself get over and out of bed. Yeah. So much that the sprite error, the game has used the wrong sprite for that one instance. For a small relief, the warmth of my bead is dissipating, like it just wanted me to notice it. It's still bright and still cracked, but at least it isn't uncomfortable. After freshening up, I go downstairs where I'm surprised to find an empty kitchen. Juliet isn't around, nor breakfast or any dishes. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but it's pretty odd. I'll go upstairs and knock on her study door, but there's no answer. When I peek inside, I see the blanket I put around Juliet neatly draped across her chair, as well as the teapot that I filled for her on the desk. There's no Juliet, though. I tried her bedroom as well, but it's also empty.
Juliet?
Focus detector from her outfit. Funny. I call her name, but it just echoes around the empty room. The empty building with no response.
Weird.
I go back to the kitchen and then her study to confirm one thing. Her parasol is gone. She must have gone out somewhere. I grab some ingredients from the fridge and throw a pan onto the stove and make myself breakfast. I've never done it before, but I've seen Juliet cook enough times that it shouldn't be too hard. I prepare some eggs and toast. The same thing we usually have.
Not too bad.
The steam meal isn't as tasty as what Juliet makes. Well, it's edible at least. The eggs are kind of rubbery and the toast is more or less slightly warm bread. But I eat it all anyway. Either way, I'm proud of myself for making it. As I'm finishing up, I feel something buzzing near my side, and it takes a moment to realize it's my phone. I fish that out to see what I have messaged from Juliet. Good morning. Are you awake? Yeah, I made food. I'm sorry I didn't cook for you. I'm at the mountain. Would you like to join me? Sure. On my way. Typing out each message is slow going. And judging by how long it takes for Juliet to respond, it's not easy for her either. I'm sure Aspen would have done it in half the time. Still, it's a surprise to hear Juliet up on Mount Victoria. especially on this sunny hour. I'm sure I'll find out why soon. After cleaning up after myself, I finish opening up the library and then head over to the mountain myself. It isn't hard to find Juliet up on the top when I get there. Her parasol stands out like over the heads of other early morning hikers as she waits for me on a bench.
Morning.
Hello, Miho.
Hi. I sit down beside Juliet, and she adjusts her parasol to give me some extra shade too.
I woke up and was surprised you weren't around. I didn't think you'd be here of all places.
When I left this morning, I had only intended to drop off the documents I finished preparing last night. But by then, it was nearly sunrise, so I thought to come up here and enjoy that. Sorry for falling asleep so suddenly last night. I appreciate you taking care of me, though.
That's fine. It was nice to be able to do something for you for once. Even if that was just bringing you a blanket.
Not just for once. You bring me joy just by being around.
Oh. Stop being so cute. Stop being so gay. Damn, Juliet, stop being gay. Damn. I nuzzle against her, not caring that we're in public. PDA!
Still, it seemed like a weird time for you to fall asleep.
Yes. I've been having some trouble sleeping lately, I must admit. I catch a few hours here and there when I can.
I noticed. I've been hearing you around the house more often. Do you know why?
This and that. A lot on my mind.
Is that all?
I know what you mean. But hey, you said you finished your research project, right? So, you'll be starting a new one now?
Actually, I won't. There haven't been any new requests.
Ooh, that's good to hear. You finished your job for now.
Really? I thought you had tons of them.
I've been working through my backlog for a while, but I just finished the last of them.
Nice, that's good to hear.
Oh.
Oh. Juliet and her research just go together in my head. I know it's how she spends most of her free time when we're not together. It's hard to picture her without something to work on.
You'll probably get some new ones soon, right?
Perhaps.
There's a tinge of sadness in her voice. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Especially if she's thinking about leaving soon. It would make sense of her to not want to start new ones. To change the subject, I hop to my feet and stroll over to the tall metal binoculars by the railing. That stands up too and follows me. I feed a couple coins into the device and then press my eyes onto it, looking out at the city. It's been a while since I've done this, and so I recognize a lot more than what I did before.
What do you see?
Everything. Everything.
There's the skyport. That one's easy to find.
And
there's the bell house. Hi, Aspen.
Hi, Aspen.
I can see some of the gardens from here, too. They're really pretty even from this far away.
I step away and gesture towards Juliet.
Wanna look?
Juliet hesitates for a moment, but then steps forward and takes my place. I jerk the view around quickly to pick things out for Juliet to maneuver. But Juliet maneuvers it slowly and methodically, like she's inspecting every inch of Wellington.
How about you? What do you see?
She's quiet for a second.
There's Diana's house, where I just dropped off those papers this morning. close by is a park where she used to take her children to play. They're all grown up now, though. We're lamenting that together. Oh, Heaven Sent is a flower shop that used to sell the most beautiful bouquets. I can just see their roof from here. It's since become a restaurant, but I recognize the bright blue on top. What else? Braylin Primary, just near the library. That's where Cassette went to school. There's also...
With a word and a click, the binoculars run out of time and Juliet moves away from that.
Oops. I suppose that's that. That was quite nice, though. I haven't seen several of those places in many years.
Glad you liked it.
Although she's smiling, I'm not actually sure she means it. Something suddenly makes sense to me. Something I should have expected, but only now understand. She saw a Wellington that doesn't exist anymore. One that I could never see, no matter how long I looked.
Well, I do believe I should be heading back. I'm sure I'll be itchy from all this sun, even with the shade. Will you be accompanying me?
Oh. Yeah, let's go.
Her abrupt decision to leave feels painfully unexpected, alongside what I just realized. That's twice in a row that I managed to make her feel bad by accident, even though I know I didn't do anything wrong. I had planned to tell her about the two new changes in my bead, but it doesn't feel like the right time. It would just be another thing to weigh on her mind. I slip my hands in Juliet's as we walk. And with the subdued mood, it's nice to feel her so close to me. I hope she feels the same way too. Play rehearsing time. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week, and sometimes more, although I don't go to every single one of them. I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and although I don't always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much, and I'm just a tree. I'm just a tree. That's all I am, a tree. Not that exciting. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena or Cyrus. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they also have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing the whole new person. Even though the play itself isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on real stage, but I haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, where I mostly mean just standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. Whatever, fuck it. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being part of this, at first, the more time I spend rehearsals, the more fun I have. Although I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with, and even I can see the improvements that happen every week. Everyone's getting better. Not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising. Even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Ah, it's about time where I left off, chapter 4 on my first playthrough. Thank you, Pasta, for the hydrate. And the stretch. I'll do that in a hot second. Stretching. Alright, let me just do a quick save here. Alright. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I burst out from my spot on the floor where I'd been dozing.
What the...
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I expect.
Silver?
I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on the branch for a nearby tree. Hello there.
What are... How did... Why not just use the door?
Yeah.
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Ignoring my questions, like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps off the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey!
Touching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait, or even think about it, I follow her. I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. Out the window, like a weirdo. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came first. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, stands in her human form and stares out at the city behind us, below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The streetlights and lamps stand lit, even with no one to use them. A warm, yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edge of the town. Feeling forms back as well, I walk over and stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like nothing like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm, and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking instead of saying anything myself. I found myself doing that with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around and point a finger in my face. Hey yo, why?
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
Okay. There's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way. It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike. To my eyes, their emotions are as colors, Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes. You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, even now...
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring. It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Like why you don't forget about me, right? Even though everyone else does.
She nods. I want to know what the color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this after dodging every time. Everything else I've asked her, but I'm sure she wouldn't tell me even if I tried. But there is something else I do have to ask. Because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. In all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her mask and shifts her weights to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably on her way. She had to have had some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had time to warm up to them. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach out and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She shifts. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast, facing me from a few meters away. I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry.
Damn it, that was dumb. Even for me. I held my hands, trying to show that I won't do it again.
I just...
Just what? You wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut before I can make things worse. For a moment, her face softens and looks torn. She smiles at it and shakes her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox, and then she's part of the night, vanishing into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on too. I don't think she'll hold it against me, at least not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late. Her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. And if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
I don't yell. I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I think about it as much as I can. The rest is up to her. My eyes start to glaze over as I flip to the new check-in sheet, marking off the last few books in a small pile of returns. Work isn't any busier than usual, but I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Tucked in a corner nearby are the books and worksheets that I've used to learn how to read and write. I've gone through almost all of them by now, catching each letter hundreds of times. Even reading, which used to seem so mysterious and difficult, has gotten easier. I'm not as fast as Aspen or Juliet, of course, but at least I'm not limited to the kids section of the library anymore. Think back to my first time coming here, when I first scoped the place out before trying to steal Cosette's painting. It's a dumb idea either way, but I could have never guessed how that one bad decision would affect the rest of my life. It was here, in the library, that I told Aspen and Juliet that I wanted to learn how to be a person. At the time, that seemed almost as impossible as learning to read. A lot of impossible things have happened to me in this place. Now, what's hard to imagine is not having the library. What it would be like to walk out the doors for a final time and never go back. It seems as unbelievable as all the other changes that have occurred in my life. That's why I can't stop thinking about it. I know what could happen. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glance through the list of names written here. Some are new, but others I recognize. Some people have been coming here longer than I have, while others have just visited for the first time. I wonder if I know them better than Juliet does. The library door opens and I look up to see a familiar face.
Hey, Aspen!
Aspen waves as she approaches the desk.
Hello, hello.
She wasn't here for breakfast, so this is the first time I've seen her today. In fact, I was going to have to call her soon, just to check in.
You're not working today?
No. In fact, I even asked to have my hours cut back a bit. I need all the writing time I can get.
Are you still trying to find a publisher?
Unfortunately. It's not all bad, though. I haven't gotten any outright acceptances yet, but I've had some interests at least. One editor gave me suggestions for how I could make my manuscript stand out more, so I've been furiously making revisions.
Have you now, huh?
I finally told my boss that I'd have to decline running the new store. I simply don't have the time for it right now.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm glad your writing's going okay, though.
Yeah. It's going okay is the way you could describe it, I guess.
Me too. Regina was also understanding. Disappointed, but understanding. I actually came up here to do some writing since it's been a while. I take it Juliet's gone to bed already?
Yeah. After breakfast, like usual.
Tell her I said hello later, please. How are things going for the two of you?
It's going Well, I'd say.
What do you mean?
I mean, you've been dating for a few weeks now, right? How's that going?
Oh, it's good, I think.
She raised an eyebrow.
You think?
Well...
Aspen still doesn't know about Juliet's potential leaving. How that's been on both of our minds, and I promised Juliet I wouldn't tell her about it either. See me struggle for how to answer, Aspen's face softens a bit.
Would you like to talk about it? Not that I'm much of a help when it comes to this kind of thing, but if you have to think about it for so long, then clearly something is amiss.
I thought you were going to be busy writing.
I'm not so busy that I can't listen to a friend's troubles, but you don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to.
No, it would be kind of nice to talk about it, I guess. Although, there's some stuff I can't tell you.
That's fine. I understand. Would you like to go back to the dining room for a bit more privacy?
That sounds good.
Leaving the library papers on the desk, the two of us go back and sit down at the table.
So, what's eating at you?
I don't know where to start.
More specifically, it's hard to say without breaking my promise. But also it's more than just the uncertainty that's just been bugging me.
Let me try then. Do you like dating Juliet?
Yeah.
That one's easy.
Good. And I hope you don't mind me asking, do you think she likes dating you?
I'm pretty sure she does. She says so, at least. We hug and kiss each other a lot, and spend time together when we can.
What do the two of you do together?
Chat, I guess.
We go on
Ask each other's
walks sometimes.
existence.
I even got her to hang out with me as a bat for a while, too.
That sounds nice. What else?
We still have breakfast pretty much every day, and sometimes I sit with her while she works, and I read a book or something.
We just bask in each other's existence most of the time, I guess, which is very normal. People do that all the time.
That's good too. Although you already did those before you started dating, right?
That doesn't change, does it?
Yeah, that stuff hasn't changed too much.
Nothing wrong with that, though, right?
Is there anything else you'd like to do together? Do you ever go on any actual dates? To the movies, or out to dinner, or anything like that?
Nah, we stay at home most of the time.
Aspen pushes her glasses up with one finger, wrinkling her nose like she's studying something.
I think I'm beginning to see the problem.
You are?
I mean, I'm hardly an expert when it comes to matters of the heart. I've just read a lot of books about it. But it sounds pretty clear that you're wanting something more out of this relationship, right?
Something more? Like what?
I don't know. That's up to you. Affection, attention, reassurance, whatever. But if you have to think about if things are going well, or if Juliet feels the same way as you, then that sounds like something's missing.
Never thought about that. Something in Aspen's words does ring true. I really do like what I have with Juliet. But sometimes it feels like we're just friends.
I guess you might be right. I don't really know what's normal, though. Or what I should expect. I don't think she does either.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as normal. I just think that whatever you have should make you feel more confident and satisfied, not less. That's simply common sense.
I guess that's fair. Makes sense, normal.
Yeah, maybe.
Have you expressed any of this to her?
Not really.
Nah. There's a lot of other stuff on her mind. Besides, like you said, I don't even really know what else it is that I want.
I think you do, even if you aren't aware of it.
Huh?
I mean, listen to yourself. You want to feel more secure in your relationship, right? That's a perfectly normal thing to want, too.
Is it?
I'm sure she does have a lot in her mind. She's Juliet. But I should think that her girlfriend's well-being would be near the top of her priority list.
I guess that's fair. Makes sense, yeah.
Dating someone is supposed to be about give and take. Even I know that much.
What do you think I should do then? Everything you're saying makes sense, but...
No buts. I just think you should talk to her. Whatever secrets you two have going on in the background, I'm sure they don't change the simple facts. And the fact is that if things are going to work out for the two of you, then she's going to have to put in effort as well. I'm sure she couldn't disagree with that.
I guess you have a point.
If I don't want to admit it, what Aspen's saying feels right. Bringing all this up with Juliet sounds difficult, especially when I'm trying to make her not want to go. I worry that if I tell her everything I'm thinking, it might just make her decide to leave. But I can't tell that one way or another. Something has to change.
Of course I do. Even if it's just that talking things out makes things better. If they don't get better, then that's a resolution unto itself. You both have to want what's best for yourselves, and for each other. Hopefully those will line up, but if not, then you're just going to keep feeling this way. I'm not exactly sure how you feel, beyond confused, but I can hardly imagine it's pleasant.
It's not all bad. I really do like the time that I spend with her. I like that we can just be together without saying or doing much. I just wish that wasn't all we did.
That's fair.
Tell her that. If there's one thing I know for sure about Juliet, it's that she's good at listening. It's up to her to learn how to respond.
Yeah, you're right. It feels kind of scary, but it shouldn't, right?
I think it's normal. After all, you've only been together a short time. But if you're in love, if it's meant to be, then you shouldn't be afraid to be open with her about your feelings. That's the only way either of you can grow.
That makes sense. You sure do have a lot of good advice for someone who's not an expert.
Yeah, what the heck, Aspen? Kinda odd.
I don't really need to be in this case. Besides, I know the two of you well enough to get how things turned out this way. That's why I think it will be alright in the end, too.
That's good to hear.
I hope you're right. Thanks for talking with me. And for everything you said, too.
Of course. I'm glad I could help. I want things to work out for the both of you.
With our conversation finished, Aspen sets up her writing stuff in the kitchen, since the main room is too crowded, and brews herself a spot of coffee. I go out to my seat at the front of the front and think about what she said. One thing Aspen is definitely right about is that the notion of leaving doesn't change our other problems. Honestly, it's a relief to hear her think of them as problems too. I've been afraid of doing the wrong thing so much that it's kept me from doing the right thing. Juliet and I will talk about heavy stuff and then split up to think about it on our own. Then, when we do spend time together, neither of us bring it up. I've been that way because I don't want to bring the mood down or spoil what could be good times, but it's not like that's kept us from feeling bad. Yeah, almost like another timeline. Many months ago, you dated me, and we basically moved in together. What a time! Kind of weird, kind of weird, kind of weird. Maybe it would be better just get it over with, and with painful or not, maybe it would help us both make up our minds too. Even if the conclusion we come to are the ones I'm afraid of, not like delaying them will make them any less real. Hiding from the truth doesn't make it Hiding from the truth doesn't make it untrue. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the conversation I know I'll have to have later. I start thinking about what it is I want to say. Wow, lots of heavy things are happening. Lots of heavy things are happening soon. I continue to see Tommy and his family fairly regularly, of course. I hear from the three of them every day at the main. To maintain their memories, it makes my daily check-ins take a little while. But that's okay. Gwen also comes to the library to study several times a week. Sometimes by herself, and sometimes with Tommy. When Elijah drops by to return the books he borrowed, he mentions that he wasn't able to learn anything about Gerby like he'd hoped, but he thinks Gerby comes from somewhere other than the underworld, like I did. That would explain why it's hard to find information about him. It reminds me a bit of Aspen and Juliet trying to find more about my bead and magic. At least in that case, there's Silver to help explain some things. At least, grudgingly. As for Tommy, it seems like he's doing okay. I don't hear anything else about him getting into fights or one thing. When he's at the library, he either looks for bugs or just reads a book at the table with his mom. Slowly but surely, 3 of them, 4 of Count Gerby, have slipped into their own routine. I hope Elijah was right when he said that things between them will have to get better with time. After spending some time outside, I get back to the library in the early evening and start closing up for the night. The last pages around say goodbye as they trickle past me out the door. I give absent-minded response as they go. Aston must have left sometime while I was out. I'm not smiling, VC face, nor am I sad. Stop it. Stacking and shelving books gives me something to occupy my hands. My thoughts are running wild. I keep an ear out, open for the sound of Juliet waking up, running water, shutting doors, or even her voice coming down the hallway. I spent all day thinking about Aspen's words and what I want to say to Juliet, but my feelings are still a mess. Regardless, I plan to talk to her tonight. Every other day that I put it off is just another day I'll feel like this. Aspen said I shouldn't be afraid of talking to Juliet, but in this case it's hard not to be nervous. After all, this conversation could change our entire relationship. And change our entire relationship for better or worse. That means my entire life could change too. I should be used to potential life-changing moments right now, but my heart is still racing. All I can do is trust in my feelings, in myself, and Juliet. And those 2 things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope that she understands. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much on the line here. No matter what happens, I hope I can have some closure soon. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs to do doing. After pointlessly adjusting the chairs and straightening out some of the papers for the 100th time, I go to the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea. I found myself drinking more tea over the past few weeks. Still don't have the taste on its own. But with enough sugar, I can tolerate it. Making tea is kind of soothing too. Heat up the water, scooping the leaves into the steep, watching it steep. Imagine that's why Juliet drinks it, even as a vampire. I sit at the table, sip my drink, unable to do much besides that. I could start going and watch TV, but I know that I wouldn't be able to pay attention. So instead, I sit and wait. After what seems like forever, I finally hear silence from upstairs. I force myself to wait a little bit longer and give Juliet some time to properly wake up. I wipe my palms on my legs. I count the seconds away. When I feel it's been long enough, I stand up, or I go upstairs, I refill my mug, and prepare a cup of tea for Juliet as well. Again, it's a process helps me focus on something else for a moment and clear my mind. Once both cups are ready, take them and go upstairs. I pause outside Juliet's study, listening for a second to make sure I'm not interrupting anything. I don't hear anyone else with her, so I knock.
Come in.
I step inside.
Good evening, Miho. I was just about to come down and see you.
Hey, I made you some tea.
I pass her one of the mugs, which she accepts with a smile.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful.
I just nod, taking a seat without being offered.
Can we talk?
Juliet stiffens, probably at my words as well as my actions. This is the only way I can do it. This is the only way I can do it, though. It's this or freak out.
Of course.
There's a little shake in her voice, too. That makes me feel a bit better somehow. She doesn't say anything else. Juliet pulls her chair out from behind the desk and sits down close to me, but not touching me. It's not too different from a couple weeks ago, but when we sat here and she told me about the underworld and asked me to go with her. I wonder if she has an idea of what it is I want to talk about. I'll be surprised if not. Take myself one last second of preparation. I take a long drink of tea, centering myself around the warmth and aroma. Then, set the mug down on the desk. I force myself to make eye contact with her, even as my mind wants to look away.
Aspen came by the library this morning to do some writing. She said she decided not to take that job at the New Bell House. We talked for a while, and she asked some questions about us. About you and me, I mean. She asked how things were going between us, and I told her I don't really know, basically.
Juliet's eyes widen, and I see her swallow, but she doesn't say anything. She just waits for me to continue.
She could tell that something was bothering me. I didn't tell her you might be leaving, just to get that out of the way. I kept my promise about that. She asked me some other questions, though, and helped me realize some stuff. Some stuff that I've been feeling for a while. but didn't tell you. Because I didn't want to bother you when you already have so much on your mind. And I was afraid that if I did, it might be another reason to make you want to leave. But talking with Aspen made me realize that if I don't tell you, then it's just going to make things worse. So, I spent all day trying to think about how to say it, but still couldn't figure it out. Obviously.
Still silent, Juliet is so motionless. She listens. She listens that she could almost pass for a doll. I took a deep breath, looking away from her face.
Do you love me?
My throat contracts as I ask, barely able to whisper. I take a sip of tea, say to myself,
"Oh, Miho, of course I do. I do love you. I hadn't meant to make you question that."
Juliet whispers too, also sounding strained. Her hand twitches like she's going to reach for me, but stops herself.
I love you too.
This time my words sound more like a gasp. I can feel the immense pressure of tears. It's all I can do to keep myself from crying.
I really do. You helped teach me what love even is. And that I could be in love. So that's why. That's why.
2 tears rolled down my cheeks as I looked into her eyes again, seeing them sparkle as well.
That's why I don't want to have to ask. I just want to know. We say it to each other, and we hug and we kiss, but it feels like that's it. I know we said we didn't need to use certain words or do certain things, and that's true, but sometimes it feels like we're still just friends, like nothing's changed. I like being with you and just doing nothing, but I don't want to always do nothing. And to do things you want to do too. I want to have fun with you, not just make you less sad. Sometimes, I don't even know if I do that. It's not just that you want to leave. I get why you do. But even if I go with you, would things be any different? Or would we still be like this? Because I don't want to keep wondering. I know we haven't been together for very long, but I don't want to keep feeling like you're only with me because I asked, or for my sake. You're always doing things for other people. I love that about you. But I couldn't take it if this was one of those things. Right now, that's how it seems sometimes.
Somehow I managed to stifle my tears and keep from breaking down entirely. I breathe out deeply, letting my words linger in the air between us. I feel strangely serene, a tempest of anxiety that's buffeted me all day, getting calmer. I've said what was on my mind, and sometimes I'm taking it back. No matter what happens now, no matter what Juliet says, at least I was honest. Next to me, Juliet buries her face in her hands. Her shoulders shake. I can hear her trying to get herself under control. It feels weird for us to be in these positions. Usually I'm the one who needs. Usually it's the other way around. I slide to the floor and scoot closer, wrapping my arms around her and putting my head against Juliet's side. It's not her position, and not very comfortable. It's all I can manage right now. Even while she continues to cry, I feel her place one hand on top of my head, stroking my hair gently as she vents her feelings. I focus on that sensation, the rise and fall of her chest, with every breath. While I wait for her to be able to respond, she let me say my piece, uninterrupted, and I want to do the same for her. Slowly, Juliet regains her composure and finally wipes her face with one sleeve. I lean back and sit up, though I stay on the floor close to her. It's not the first time I've seen Juliet cry, but I've never seen her look like this before. Now she's a mess.
Miho.
I reach in and take one of her hands, wet with tears.
I don't even know where to begin. I suppose I should start with what's most important.
And that is? Juliet stands and I stand with her, like when we danced, and several other times after that. We face each other, just a few inches apart.
I love you, Miho. I truly do. So much that it scares me. And I've let that fear hurt you. I'm not young anymore. From the outside, I've seen so many relationships begin and end. I've had dalliances of my own. I know the volatility of the heart. So, to find myself falling for you so quickly and so deeply, I didn't know how to respond to my own feelings with anything other than doubt. We spoke of this before, with Aspen in the gardens that night. I thought that I could be the kind of friend I said I would. Closer and more vulnerable. I did mean those words, believing that that kind of friendship was enough. Yet even as I promised to be more open, I was already setting new boundaries in my heart. I knew of Aspen's feelings for you at the time, even as I was aware of my own beginning to blossom. When you came to me and asked about love, I expected and even wanted you to accept Aspen's confession. And while I would never, ever have wished for her to forget you like she did, the pathetic relief I felt when you told me you had decided not to return her feelings was indescribable. Over the coming days, as I began to suspect that you might feel the same way about me as I did about you, I found myself of two minds, hoping I was right and hoping I was wrong. Even as I told you that pain and heartbreak were unavoidable parts of connection and relationships, I could feel the sharp sting of hypocrisy in my throat. The words I spoke were true, and yet I had sworn myself away from those things. The thought of being with you was euphoric, and the thought of someday losing you was crushing. Those are both still true as well. That night by the sea, when you said that you loved me, I was so happy and so afraid. By remaining somewhere in the middle, I thought that I was protecting you as well as myself. What a fool I was! All I've done is hurt both of us more.
I can't wait any longer. I pull Juliet towards me, taking her by surprise. She stumbles, but I catch her. Wrap my arms around her again. I hold her as tightly as I can, like I'll never let her go.
I'm sorry, Miho. I am so sorry for making you feel this way for so long.
It's okay. Really. I wouldn't have said all this if I didn't want to make things work.
Thank you. I'll do better from now on. I promise. I really promise this time.
Juliet's lips find mine, and we kiss like it's the first time. In a way, maybe it is. I know things can't be fixed with just one conversation. It's the start, not the end. It's the start of something exciting. Something like when we first shared our feelings with each other. Whatever awaits us in the future, whether it's good or bad or somewhere in between, I'm looking forward to facing it, as long as it's with Juliet. Juliet eventually ends our kiss, but only moves far enough away to look down at me lovingly. Her face is still streaked with tears, and her hair is disheveled. But somehow I don't think she'll ever look more beautiful to me.
I love you, Miho.
I can't help but smile in response.
I love you too.
I don't doubt her words at all. Save. And I need to go do a quick dehydrate. I love how when I angle my face down so a bit, I just start smiling in the VC face. I'm not smiling half the time. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna do quick dehydrate. Be back in a hot second. We're back. After my dehydration, we're back. VC face, I'm here. Hello, VC face. What the fuck are you doing? Okay. When Juliet and I finally said our goodbyes for the night, I went to sleep. It was with a much lighter heart than the past few days. Before we split up, I asked her to show me how to get to the nature preserve where her friend took the bird, and she walked me through how to reach a shuttle and that will take me there. I need something to pass the time before she wakes up. I want to see how the bird is doing, so it seems like the perfect time to visit. In the morning, after I get up and out of bed, I have a quick breakfast on my own, because I slept in. Then, once I'm ready, I make the short walk to the stop where I can get on the shuttle and ride it the rest of the way there. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by out of the window, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through the areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get to my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest. Grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills where the water is crystal clear and still. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. There's something more. There's something more. Yes, important choices. I love them. They're great. Important choices. They're, oh my god, I hate them. I hate important choices. They're, like I have important choices here as well. Next one's coming up soon. Next important choice is coming up soon. That's fun. I see it. Right there. There it is. That's scary. Ah! It's been a while since I've been anywhere that felt this way. I like having a home, but I miss seeing new places too. If it weren't for my magic, I'd like to start traveling again, now that I have somewhere to come back to. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said that I wouldn't be able to help. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are a ton of places that it could be. But that doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. I might have better luck just looking for it myself, though. It's a big place, I decide. Too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya? I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now and I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. So I recognize like a fawn and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do. If any of them have a story like I do, come from someplace far away like I do. There were kids too, human kids with their teachers being led around by the tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I asked some of the guides or instructors if they know who or where Amelia is. Amaya is. I'll just say Amaya. Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her, but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me out in the right direction. I end up back where I started, near the edge of the river. Funny. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with other guests. I wait until they finish the conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it. I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him, too.
Oh.
It's dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time I just assumed it'd be alive. That it had gotten better. Stop smiling, easy face.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
No, actually, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
Still, lol. I was close, but they realized I was muted early enough. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I've never given much thought to about, but the recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in a mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but hold my gaze, but don't back down.
Now there's a question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out, slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one. Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right, and it just isn't enough. I don't think that's destiny personally, that's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out the nearby gazebo. Walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though our reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Amaya pretty much said the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and it's just a life. Silver, who wanted to let it die, and and Maya, who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she pretended not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't though. Even if no one else sees it. That bird was still alive as we were. Still as alive as we were. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest I'm at Victoria will be a little bit more quiet from now on. Even if nobody notices, I won't be able to tell a difference myself. I know. It's not like the bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it. Think about the tree that used to be its home. This that I'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up, start walking again. But how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it existed. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. I spent a few more hours wandering around the preserve and never run out of things to see. There are birds, lizards, and all kinds of other creatures, plus a forest that reminds me of Korea. The calm beauty of it all helps me feel better after hearing. Helps me better after hearing about the bird. At least you have to spend its last few days in a place as gorgeous as this. After a while, I leave the park and wait for a shuttle to take me back where I came from, and then walk the rest of the way to the library. Once I'm home, I spend the rest of the day napping and watching TV while I wait for Juliet to wake up. That night, I'm dozing in my room, drifting in and out of sleep, and there's a knock on my door. 3 knocks, like always.
Come in.
The door swings open. Juliet stands there. I leap to my feet, sleeplessness disappearing in an instant.
Good evening, Miho.
Hey!
Yo-ho. She welcomed me into her arms with a hug and a kiss. I'm sure last night's conversation is still front and center in her mind. The two of us go downstairs and Juliet starts to prepare tea, putting a mug at both of our spots on the table.
How was your visit to the nature preserve?
It was really nice. I had no idea there was a place like that in Wellington. All those trees. It was even more impressive than the gardens or Mount Victoria.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Were you able to find your bird?
Well, kinda. I found Amaya at least.
Amaya?
She told me that the bird passed away.
Oh no, Miho. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know they did all they could to help it. All of us did. I think I'll go back sometime. Just to look around. I feel like I could spend days there and still find new things.
I'd like to go with you sometime. It's been years since I've gone to visit myself.
That sounds great. I'd love to see it with you.
With a smile, Juliet pours us both some tea and sits down. I dump sugar into mine while Juliet leaves her untouched.
It's a date then.
It's a date!
I was also wondering if you might accompany me somewhere tonight as well.
It's a date!
Oh, sure. Where did you want to go?
Well, as I'm sure you know, tomorrow is Halloween. It was always Cosette's favorite holiday. It's also a day to honor the dead. Every year at midnight, I go to lay flowers at her grave.
Aww, that's cute. Touching. I reach across the table, offering my hand, which Juliet takes.
Of course I'll go.
Thank you. I thought perhaps we could leave some flowers for Zhongying as well. Only if you want to, of course.
I'd like that. I'm sure they loved flowers. I know I do.
I'm sure they'd be grateful to receive them.
Some human traditions and rituals still seem foreign to me, and not something I think about doing myself. That was true for plenty of other things that I now take for granted, though, like holding hands and drinking tea. Once we've both drained our cups, we head out into the night together, begin the walk to the cemetery. Along the way, Juliet guides us to a patch of wildflowers, where she picks some to leave for Cosette, and the ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. I pick a handful that are dark blue. They remind me of the clothes Jung-in was wearing when I first met them. Like usual, we're practically the only ones out at this light. We pass by houses, the lights off and the curtains drawn, and shops that are too dark to see into. I used to be more comfortable in the nighttime, where I felt invincible and secure. Although I don't feel the need to be hidden just to be safe anymore, I still enjoy the quiet calmness it provides, sort of like the nature preserve earlier. We reach the cemetery, and Juliet leads the way down several trails and through the trees. I remember which grave is Cosette's, even though it doesn't look much different from the others. Juliet and I both come to a stop at the same time, pausing in front of the simple memorial. She stoops down and wipes some dust away from the nameplate and leaves the bundle of flowers that she chose. They're wrapped with a small ribbon that she brought with her and held in place by a small rock. And she steps back and stands beside me. I don't say anything, but finally take her hand again. She squeezes tightly. The last time we were here, I ran away at the realization of death, and human mortality hit me. Now, knowing what I do and have accepted it. Knowing what I do and having accepted it, I can appreciate Juliet's loss so much more. So much love and so much of her life are buried just a few feet beneath us, with only a small stone to represent it all. Juliet clears her throat and, still facing Cosette's grave, begins to speak.
Even now, so many years after Cosette passed away, still surprises me sometimes that she's gone. When I wake up, I half expect to hear her laughter from the hallway, or see her reading in the library, or find her shoes by the back door. By holding on to these little memories, these little paints, I thought I could keep her alive in my heart. There's no one else left to remember her. The way her laugh sounded, the books she enjoyed, the clothes she preferred. So I clung to those memories, for fear that they would cease to exist if I didn't. I've told you, Miho, how I've tried to live to honor Cosette, by doing my part to create the kind of world she dreamed about living in. A world of kindness and hope. Believe it or not, that was easy. Any pain or trouble was acceptable so long as it took me closer to that goal. Until one day, it wasn't. At the time, I thought that helping you was just another step down the path I had chosen for myself. But as time went on, and you blossomed and learned to live, it made me realize that I had reached a dead end. I had spent so long striving for this new world that I forgot to appreciate the one around me. And when I realized that, I felt trapped. Were I to stray from my path, I didn't know where it would take me. My world wasn't there anymore. Not just Cosette. Not just the people we knew. Technology improved. People's lives improved. And everything moved forward. Everything but me. All I could think to do was run away, as I always have when faced with a difficult problem. Whether throwing myself off the world or refusing to face a life without my daughter. The only direction I've ever been able to move is backwards. Last night, when you told me that you wanted to do the things I'd like to do, for me to take the lead more often. Being with you is the first thing I've wanted for myself in a long, long time. To the point where I'm not even sure how to do that.
Finally, Juliet faces me. Just like last night. Just like in the library. Just like so many other times before.
Can you show me? Can you show me how to move forward?
I gently take both of Juliet's hands and guide them to my heart, holding them against me. I feel every beat. I know that she can too.
We can figure it out together. You already helped me with that after all. After I found out Jungin was dead, I felt the same way. Like I didn't know what else to do with my life, or with myself. If you think about it, by searching for them for so long, I'd been doing the same thing you were all this time. But it was because of you and Aspen that I decided to stay in Wellington. The two of you showed me how to keep going, even when I didn't know where to go. And how just because they aren't around anymore, that doesn't change what they did for me. I wouldn't be here talking to you if it wasn't for them. So I'll always be grateful for that, even though they've been gone for so long.
I turn to look at Cosette's grave. Beside us, it would be fair to say she's changed my life too, indirectly.
It's the same thing with you and Cosette. She made your life great, and I'm sure you made hers great too. I didn't know her, but from everything you've told me about her, I'm sure she wouldn't want you to hurt or feel sad about her all the time. I'm sure she would have wanted you to smile when you think of her, and to find lots of other reasons to smile too.
She also studies the moonlit grave. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette. Say, Cosette the person? Or if she's seeing the stone for what it is. For a long time, she nods.
Yes. Yes, I do believe you're right. I'll never stop loving her. Or missing her. She lived a wonderful life and died a peaceful death. She'll remain at peace forevermore. But I'm still alive. And it's time that I acted like it. Can make a new life for ourselves here. One step at a time. Together.
Right.
Together.
Together. You're not alone anymore. Neither of us are. I just have one question, though. You said here. Does that mean that you'll stay?
Yes. Maybe someday we'll go. But I want it to be because both of us want to. Not just me.
Oh,
There's
yay!
plenty of time for that in the future.
Yay!
Right now, I think I'd like to learn to enjoy Wellington again. To see it the way you do. Fresh and exciting.
I'd like that too.
Relief washes over me. Relief washes over me like a wave. I was prepared to go with her, if that's what she really wanted, but I'd much rather stay here for a while longer. After tonight, it feels like I can finally relax. Without worrying. Without worry following me around. Juliet and I are still together, and we're not going anywhere. Whatever happens next, I'm sure we'll be at hand. Whatever happens next, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. Because we have each other. I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward and place the flowers that I brought for Zhong-In on the ground beside Cosette's grave. They're a little bit smooth, but I'm sure that's alright. I don't think they'd mind. Almost immediately, a light breeze picks up, scouting the bundle lightly in the wind. I think that's alright too. I'll never forget about Zhong-In either. No matter how far I go and how many people I meet, they'll always be special to me. They set me on my path, the one that I walked for decades. If I could somehow tell them about everything I've seen and done since then on about the new adventures that I'm sure to have with Juliet, I think they'd be just as excited as I am for me. I'm sad I never got to thank them properly. But just like Cosette and Juliet, I think that living my life to its fullest is the best way I could do that. Juliet and I stay for a little bit longer before reflecting on everything. Both reflecting on everything. Finally, she puts her arm around me and gestures for her hand in direction so that we came through.
Well, shall we be getting back to the library? I imagine you could use some rest before tomorrow evening's activities.
Yes. Halloween.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready to go if you are.
Juliet turns to give one last look at the grave. The flowers she placed shake in the breeze, while mine are spread further and further. She smiles at me.
Yes. I think I'm ready.
Ah, yes. As the day... Hello? Um, what? Where, where did I go? Huh? What the heck? VC face? Um, um, oh, there I am. What the f- help. Help, I'm being stabbed by my own hair. There we go. What the? Why just disappeared for a minute there? What? I just fell to the ground. Okay, that was weird. Way to set the spooky Halloween mood, VC face. Fuck you. Fuck you, VC face. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. That I don't wear properly. At all. Like, at all. Look at that thing. It's not properly on at all. Like, bro. Alice and Juliet sit down on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
They'd better hurry before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
Let's take a screenshot of that face I made. I wrote this real quick because why not? It's funny. I drop another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper into my pocket with a bunch of others. Do the same with all the cough one. Cough drop. Cough drop. Cough drop. Cough drop. Green tea. Sugar free. Green tea. Mmm. Cough drops. Tasty.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Do you think that would work?
Is our chocolate stuff full of chocolate and caramel?
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
That one.
Oh, how cute!
Trick or treat! Here you go. Whoa, that's a lot! Thanks a bunch! Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
You can't do that.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or two, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
Well, in that case...
Trick or treat! This is more work than the library on a busy day.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment.
I am muted. How long was muted for? No one knows.
And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
Fun!
More candy for you!
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the two of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
Ah. Fun.
You don't even have to ask.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Probably.
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
I really register your words. Something is wrong. But I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell. I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual spot, is wide open, the curtains flapping with the breeze. The two of them fall in my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this? But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kid snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If the thing is gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
Oh yeah, it's this moment. I remember now. It's the silver moment that I left off with last time, I think. before I went to sleep. Last time I played this chapter 4. Before I went to sleep, because it was getting really late when I did this the first time. 2 others follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching me while I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push open the door and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bed sheets and pillows are spewing about the floor like someone climbed across the bed. Just what few other possessions I have are almost so scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
Yes. I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
Where? I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. I step inside. I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here, except for...
My scroll!
That little piece of paper, the belongings that I really care about, is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed, in every nook and cranny, just to be sure, but it's gone. That fact is all that confirms confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash down the staircase. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question, no doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. The reaction of me being there. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I had ever seen. Both the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past. I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots. I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her tail. Then suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness. A patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hands. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
Of course I did. Give me back my scroll.
I keep my distance, reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky. The trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one that the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this way of her asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I may as well just blurt it.
It died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light in her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I tried to contain my growing frustration. Normally, I could tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase her out here. All so she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death. While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who is also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who is afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
If I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here, together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I just think warmth on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash thin crack appears in another. For a moment, I half expect it to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. Light fades. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was when It's still brighter than it was when I let it go and it falls back against my neck. My bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look at me again. The thought, and though the shock, Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixated on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked. At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hoped that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle. So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these words. Is there?
Putting my scroll in front of her face, the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령. Please be happy. What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I could do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness and everything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain in Silver's face, and my reaction as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand, and she can read it just like that? Silver, who says she cares nothing for people and their lives or culture. I'm not the only one who's stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. That shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs for the first time I've ever seen her. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone as she laughs, so hard that it echoes across the woods, clutching her chest as all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's heard the most funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my skull and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
I shake my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else. You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself. I thought your glow was the result of those words. But you achieved that by yourself. Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it. Every word.
I reached a hand again, taking a step forward, and then another, and another. I stopped just in front of Silver. All I just do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything. Just reach. She eyes my hand warily, like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hands and then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you. Though I can understand why you walk it.
I nod. I don't know. Hey, Silver Route when? Silver Route when? I want the Poly Route and the Silver Route. When? Come on, give it to us, Studio Elon. Come on, when? Silver Route when? Gumiho Love when? Come on! I
And
know.
I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
Wait, why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh.
Yeah! Why not? Why not? You know, why not? Why not?
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known.
You know, self-love is important. Awesome. Self-love is important.
You're like... family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes.
Perhaps.
Maybe. Maybe I did. What if I did, huh? Hmm?
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, freaking a bit of her standoffish composure. It's about the time when she typically transformed and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye, Miho.
Bye, Silver.
She walks towards me rather than away. It comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder. Just once. By the time I turn my head and look at her, all I can see is the spring gleam of a silver fox fur. She blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few more new creases from where Silver held onto it. But they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. Breaching report picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny, all this time spent not knowing what they said, just to find out I've lived by them all along. Or at least I've started to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too. I think another abstract concept that didn't seem to mean for me. Meant for me, but like everything else, it just got easier along the way. I roll my scroll up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light on my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. And with that, that is the chapter 4 of Juliet's Route. Very lovely, very lovely. We love it. It was great. Got some nice cute Juliet moments. All that things. Lots of cute Juliet moments. Also got this nice voice line.
수복강령. Please be happy.
Great, we love it. We got great moments, we got great times, we got great everything. Great Aspen, got some nice Aspen counseling. Nice guidance counselor, relationship counselor Aspen. We love that. We love that. We got a nice moment at Cosette's grave. Yes, yes, yes.
Please be happy. 수복강령.
Even though we know like there's venom in it. Looking back now, I'm sure she would say it with less venom, knowing that we didn't know how to fucking read. We can't read, like Pitt from Kid Icarus. We can't read. Well, we couldn't read at the time. Now we can, but only English characters, not Korean. Funny enough, we can't read Korean that. All right, let's just open studio mode. Double check that I have things set up properly. Yes, I have a quote-unquote face cam. One day, Miho will learn how to read. One day. All right. We've got. Why does that say 9 negative? Whoops! I pressed the mute button while I was still tabbed in, without realizing. I like how it is soft peeking in my mouth completely, and there's not nothing I'm talking at all. Comedy, great. All right, let me just break my neck real quick. I can't. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, I got a cough. Okay, we got 9. Gosh, actually, I think we should find someone to raid first. Or no, we'll do it later. Okay, we got 9 squats to do. Are y'all rat? Maybe I should back up my character a bit for fun. Funsies. Whoop. Legs. I have legs. I know. Crazy. I have legs. It's crazy. Can you believe it? Legs. They're real. Leg reveal. Hey yo, leg reveal. Alright. We've got 9 squats to do. Here we go. 1. Stop picking me up like an idiot, like an asshole. 2. Look at my face webcam. Oh, I'm back. Whoop, shit. Oh, okay. Whoop. Hey, ayo, calm down. Whoa. We're just, let's do high. That. This one. Two. Ooh. 3. 4. Oh. I love her just flying everywhere. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alright. All me squats doing. I don't have... What's my camera button? What's my default camera button? I don't fucking know, because I have my memory. But we'll just stand here for a minute, awkwardly look at my phone as I look for someone to raid. Who am I gonna raid? I don't know. Always the fun part of trying to end stream, finding someone to raid. I thought I had a camera button by default. I guess I got rid of it. Unless. No. That's toggles. I don't have it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine! Okay, let's see. Who to raid? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Anyone I know streaming? Probably not. Unlikely at this time of day. It's a bit too early for that most of the time. That's me. I'm on that one. Anyone I know on this one, maybe? Always love the process of trying to find someone to raid. Always an adventure. Nope, no one here. And this person's also offline, I'm saying. Still. Right? Unless maybe they're on now, that'd be fun. That'd be fun and snazzy, but probably not. Knowing timings existing. No one here. I wish more things popped up on my phone for people. Okay, no one existing. Okay, that's fine. Alright, let's just, okay, let's go with that person. Let's go with that stranger I'm stranger I'm looking at. Slash. Raid. Alright, that is the person. They're currently playing Ocarina of Time. I have no idea who they are. At all. Because this is what I do. I just find people, strangers, raid them. Because why not? That's what we do. It's fun. It's fun. Alright, let's do a raid message before we raid out. Or not, because the thing is blocking my emotes from me seeing my emotes. That's great. That's fine. Oh, here they are. Let's do a classic. The classic raid message. Yep. Classic raid message. Alright, thank you for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed chapter 4 of Juliet's Route. Please be happy. Play it yourself. It's great. It's a good game. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing the new Zelda game because why not? I blame my friend Ming. And next week we'll be getting the final chapter 5 of Juliet's Route. Please be happy. Yeah. And yeah. Hope to see you guys next time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Hope you enjoyed watching me be gay. And bye-bye.